Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thank you guys very much for being here today. I appreciate it. Hope everyone is doing well.
Great to meet you. See you soon.
Dragon, Twain, Mendy, welcome. I'm looking for an item here. Fitzsimmons Mead. Bartender doesn't have it.
How are ya?
The innkeeper doesn't have it.
Watch your back. You got my attention.
Huh.
Watch your back.
From the cellar of the inn. Okay, we have to go to the cellar. Oh my god, I had to read a quest. We've done a little respec. So I'm going to check out Frost today and see what Frost is all about. And we'll see how that goes.
Hey there. Be careful. Have a good one. For the Alliance.
Alright, it looks like we're going after Shredfins and Crawlers. Shredfins are maybe sharks? Not sure. I know it's not Murlocs. And we've got some right here, like inside the town. Alright, let's see what we're gonna do here. I've procced a flurry. Let's hit that. We've procced some icicles. Let's slap those. This guy's evade bugged because, of course he's evade bugged. He's probably not even supposed to be here. Let's just try to kill him. Okay. So I'm proccing a couple of different things. I'm proccing something on flurry, and then I'm proccing my icicles. And I'm pretty sure these all shoot, like whenever I do Ice Lance, like these will also fire off. Pretty sure that's how it works. Richard, good afternoon. Stan, good afternoon. Buffalo Bill, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream, guys. Thanks for being here. Sven, good afternoon, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Cheyenne, good evening to you. Thanks for stopping by. So this spec seems really proc based. So like when you have stuff that's procking, it feels pretty good. When you don't have a proc, you kind of question like what you should be doing. Like if I don't have a proc, should I just be spamming Frostbolt? That's kind of what I wonder. Even not knowing what I'm doing, it seems, you know, capable enough of killing stuff. I guess we need air. Yeah, we do need air. A little bit of air. We don't need as much air in retail as we do in classic, but we do need to breathe sometimes. Alright, I think before we go back and turn this in, we could probably go up here and do the Curse to Rome. Talk to the ghost of first mate Snellig. Let's go do that. We could even maybe stop by over here and grab whatever that is. If we can find a way out of the lake. Like, we might be stuck in here forever. We could do this and like maybe we'll come over here. I'm not sure if we wait, maybe we'll get a breadcrumb that takes us here.
Hello. See you around. Safe travels.
It seems like a lot of visuals to keep track of. Are you talking about the procs? There's only 2 procs. One's to the left and right, one's up and down, so it's not really a lot. No, you're only tracking 2 different things that proc. I kind of like the classes that are reactive to stuff that procs. That's why I enjoy the Enhancement Shaman. The Enhancement Shaman has a lot of procs. It has like 3 different procs. It'll give you a visual. And it's nice because when you see the visual on your screen, you know to hit a specific button. As opposed to having to like adhere to a strict rotation, or as opposed to having to use something like weak auras to tell you what buttons to hit. I like when procs happen like on the character, and those tell me what buttons I can hit. And that's better than having an add-on that does it. And to me, it's better than just like a static rotation that I work through over and over and over again. I like the more reactive classes in retail. I'm much better at reacting to procs in a timely manner than I am at adhering to a very strict rotation that doesn't leave a lot of room for error. Cam Spidey, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Yeah, maybe if they do a Classic Plus someday, maybe they will have a graphics toggle. A lot of people ask for that, and then like oh man, look at the mountains. Oh my gosh, sorry. Look how far you can see now. After they updated the skyboxes in the old world, this kind of view is absolutely amazing. It always kind of like startles me when I can see that far away. Anyway, as I was saying, maybe they do like a graphics toggle. You know how like Diablo 2, they had a graphics toggle?
Hey there.
Maybe they probably couldn't do it like while you're in the game, but maybe they could handle it like Warcraft Reforged. With Warcraft Reforged, you can pick at the login menu. You can pick if you want the classic graphics or if you want the updated graphics. So maybe if they couldn't even do it like a toggle, maybe they can do it like as a choice when you log into the game, and then that way each time you log in, you can pick if you want like classic or updated visuals.
See you later.
But that being said, that would be a lot of work. It would be a lot of work, and what any Blizzard developer would tell you is that classic is supposed to feel classic and retail is retail. That would be their easy way out of ever doing anything like that. Ring of Frost. Summons a Ring of Frost. Enemies entering the ring are incapacitated for 10 seconds. Yeah, I dislike the class trees. I just need to find like I should probably look up a build. And just make sure that I'm picking the right ones. Frost Mage. Mage tree. Or just Frost Mage spec. Dragonflight. Let's just see like something basic. For that tree, mage tree. Okay, let's see. Got this. We skipped these. Apparently we want alter time. Okay, let's grab alter time. Everything else I've done is good according to the guide. Actually, let's go here. It says put 2 points here. Okay, perfect. Alright, and now what are we doing? We are going after the strongbox key. Player says, Jesus, the music is loud. Is the music too loud for anybody else? Should I turn, before I get one guide, should I turn the music down? Because I like the music to be pretty loud. Obviously, if it's like way too loud, that's another thing entirely. Feedback, please tell me what you're listening on, whether it's headphones, soundbar, that helps a lot. I knocked it down a tiny little bit in OBS. Just a tiny bit. Cool. Most of you guys have no problem. Yeah, I basically rely on you guys just to tell me if the audio's messed up. Of course, it's always going to depend on like what kind of device you're listening on, what your own volume is set at, etc. Yeah, I don't want to turn it down too much. I had a feeling that since there were no complaints, it was a specific issue for a specific person, but I thought I'd ask anyway. Okay, we gotta go over here. I have to eat this because we need HP, and we do not regen HP at all. Right on. Yeah, that's fine. It's okay if I'm a little bit quiet sometimes. I kind of want, my focus is always to have like the ambience and the music like in the forefront of these playthroughs. What zone is on the other side of those mountains? That's probably Lockwooddown or Dunmorrow. It would actually be Dunmorrow. It's near Ironforge. And then to the east is Twilight Highlands, to the north is the Arathi Highlands. Yeah, and south is the mountains are Dunmorrow. Apparently across the sea are the ruins of Gilneas. Yeah, like, strangely, I'm pretty sure, like, the little buildings we see here, like, that must be Gilneas. It's the only thing, like, in that direction. And to think that we can see that far from here is kind of shocking, actually. Yeah, it's Gilneas. That's really incredible. Yeah, that's what, when they fixed the skyboxes and they did all the lighting in the skyboxes in the old world, like the ones in Dragonflight. They did that when they wanted to have like they knew they wanted to do dragon riding, like in the old world. And it was a huge improvement in how the old world zones look. The kind of crappy thing is, when we play through these in Cataclysm, or when I play through them in Cataclysm, I know not everybody plays Classic. When I play through them in Cataclysm, they're not going to look this good. That's going to be the weird part. The view distance is going to be like, you know, minuscule. The lighting itself is not going to be good, because if you remember, like, when they remade the old world in Cataclysm, they kind of ruined the lighting. The lighting was never good again. It's really weird. I can't target this guy no matter where I go. I'm gonna have to run up here. I could probably use Ice Barrier. That'd be a good idea. If I have to face tank something. Sometimes I find that if I don't have a proc, I don't really know what to do. Because I don't really have a nuke. And it kind of sucks hard casting something when somebody's hitting you in the face. Like, it's hard to, like, hard cast when someone is literally punching you. What am I doing here? I'm looking for a strong box. Apparently, I'm coming underwater to do that. Do I have Fire Blast as Frost? No, I don't think so. I mean, if I do, it's not on my par. I don't think that I do though. Oh, I do have Fire Blast. Should I be using Fire Blast as a Frost Mage? What is it? How much damage does it do? 145 damage. I don't have any room for any other buttons. That's my already, like, you know, level 28. And I don't really have any room for other keybinds. I'm gonna, like, something tells me that ultimately I'm gonna have to find the simplest retail class to play, like the one with the least amount of buttons to push, and just play that. Or I'll have to rule it down to, like, a couple of low button specs and focus on those, because, like, already I just have too many buttons. Like, if I bring this out here, like, sure, I can bring it out. Like, am I ever really gonna use it? I don't know. Probably not. I'll probably never think about it. A lot of buttons to push. Like, overall, because of how many buttons I push now, Arcane felt more powerful. Like, I don't know if Arcane is more powerful, but because of how many buttons we were pushing, like, it felt a lot more consistent and a lot more powerful than Frost does. So I may go back to it. I just thought I would play around with some of the other specs and see how they were. This seems like it would be okay if I were getting more procs. Like, it seems so very much about how often I'm getting my 2 procs and how often I'm critting them for, like, big crits. It seems like very much like a crit based build. We'll play with it for a couple hours today, and we'll see how we feel about it. It could be that I just maybe I'm missing something, like, big that I just don't have yet. But I do think I have all the basic things that I need. The flurry having 2 charges would be huge. Yeah, so maybe if I get that, it'll feel a little better.
Welcome. Safe travels.
King's honor, friend. Be careful. Light bless you.
Light be with you. Light bless you. Well met. Safe travels.
For the Alliance. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you.
Did I read the last Epoch patch notes? I haven't. No, but I haven't played since 0.9. Like, I played, like, it might have been like 6 or 7 months ago.
Hi.
So, like, I don't really keep abreast of, like, the things they change.
Safe travels.
I just kind of, I absolved myself to not, like, see any more of the game until I was playing it, basically. I played enough of it in 0.9 to know that I really liked it.
Off with you.
And then I just didn't want to spoil anything for myself, so now I haven't been reading patch notes or anything like that. I did watch a couple of class videos, and I think I'm still going with the Paladin for my specialization. But other than that, I've just been kind of patiently waiting for Wednesday. It's gonna be here soon. Alright, so we're gonna kill Murlocs now, and Gobbler. But we're also looking for reclaimed goods. I have not seen Gobbler. Supposedly he spawns right around here somewhere. Let's do a /targets. Nope. We do have a rare spawn here, Two Toes. Let's get a little bit of distance on him. Alex, good morning, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. Shimmering Cloak of the Quick Blade. Okay. This is an upgrade. Very cool. Alright. I have a permanent tooltip stuck down here. The UI has no bugs. No bugs in the new UI at all. It's perfectly just clean. Nothing weird ever happens with it, and it's fine. We are gonna have to do a reload to get rid of this thing. Unless I tried hovering over something else. That didn't fix it either. It just became a different item. That's so weird. Okay, let's reload. There we go, problem solved. Gobbler, here he is. Let's get him. Alright, apparently Gobbler is really, really beefy. And we're just gonna continue to aggro more and more and more stuff. Let's pop our mirror images and figure out what in the heck we're gonna do to take care of these guys. Let's pop our shield. Interrupt one of those. And now we eat a lollipop. Marlena, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by.
Light be with you. Be careful. For the Alliance. Go with honor, friend. For the Alliance.
Alright, we got a belt, upgrade, and some boots. We have a talent point back in the Frost Tree. Let's grab Perpetual Winter. Flurry now has 2 charges. That seems like it's going to help out a lot. Other options, Lonely Winter, Frostbolt Icelands, and Flurry deal 15. We need both of these, ideally. It's kind of hard to decide. Maybe I should grab Lonely Winter first. That's just 15% base damage on all of our ice spells, basically. Each time Blizzard deals damage, the cooldown of Frozen Orb is reduced. That's good. And Bone Chilling. Whenever you attempt to chill a target, you gain Bone Chilling, increasing spell damage you deal by 0.5% for 8 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. Okay, too many sentences. Let's go with Lonely Winter for now. Craig, I'm well. Thanks for stopping by the stream. I appreciate it.
How are you? Safe travels.
Yeah, see, we can ignore these because it seems like eventually they're going to send us on a breadcrumb out to these places. Like, these points of interest were not marked originally in Cataclysm, and in fact they weren't marked in the old world until recently. Is when they went back and they added the ability to see these on the map without like a Questy add-on. Usually like Questy would show us this. I'm not using Questy or any add-ons for that. So like you kind of have to ignore these though, because if you stop by them on the way, like later on you will get breadcrumbs to go back to them. So yeah, let's head out to Swiftgear Station. Sounds like a gnome place, but I'm hoping it's just dwarfs. I was just gonna say, I'll be really surprised if we don't get dismounted. You get dismounted like 1,000,000 times more in retail than you ever do in Classic. But in retail, there's like an item you can buy for your mount that reduces the chance that you will be dismounted. I need to remember to pop my shield and like kind of keep that going. It was messy, but we lived. And now we have to eat.
Need help?
Okay, now we're going after Crocolisk up here now. Speaking of Crocolisk, hello Crocolisk. You are right on time.
Great to meet you. Safe travels.
8 Highland Raptors.
On the ground.
You have a great day
6 wobbling raptor eggs.
now. Be seeing you.
I don't know why they're wobbling. And that is it for now. Those mirror images stay out for a minute. I didn't see exactly how long. I guess I could read the tooltip in detail and that might tell me. 40 seconds, yeah, so almost a full minute they're up. And then it's on a 2-minute cooldown. So I should be popping that basically every time it's up. What's my favorite zone? Probably Eversong Woods. Yep, the Blood Elf starting areas. Probably like the most beautiful zones, the best lighting, the best aesthetic, the best music. Blood Elf starting zones for the win. And beyond that, like maybe Grizzly Hills. Jacko, good afternoon, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for checking out the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, Jason, wouldn't it just be cool to be able to have Blood Elves and Draenei just in Classic Era? Wouldn't it be nice to have something on the Horde side that you actually wanted to play? That would be really cool. Yeah. That would be cool. I think, like... I hope that maybe in some kind of Classic Plus future that they can add races in Classic Era for people. I want them to add races. And obviously, like, the dream is that they add classes. You know, that we get a classic version of the Monk or a classic version of the Death Knight. But what will that happen? Probably not. The Howling Fjord is pretty. I just don't like the quest there. I've always found questing there without flying to be a nuisance. So it just has like a stigma in my mind of just being a zone that I don't really enjoy questing in. The Grizzly Hills music is what makes it really, really good. I like the you know, the forest aesthetic, but you know, the music is excellent, top notch. But obviously, like, everybody has their own favorite zones for their own reasons. Maybe they'll do seasons that way someday. You know what I mean? Like, once nobody can play TBC, once the Wrath is moved into Classic, maybe we'll see seasons that are set, you know, in different eras of Classic. Like, you know, Vanilla, TBC, Wrath. Maybe those will be like options for like future seasonal content. Cause that'd be cool. It'd be cool to set seasons like at a different like level cap, you know? And then you can do different things with them. I hope they don't do the level banding every time. Like what they did with Season of Discovery. I hope that's not what they do every time. It would be really lame if every single season they had like artificial level bands. I hope it's something they do for this season. And then I hope in the future that we can just level up our characters in future seasons. I want to be able to level my character all the way up. You can give me cool stuff to do along the way. Like having a level 25 man raid, a level 25 raid for 10 people is really cool. Like, that's fine, you can still do that content. have it give a boatload of XP so people are incentivized to do it while they level up. And yeah, but like, let me level my character all the way up. And then, like, let's focus on, like, really cool stuff to add to endgame. And then you could set it in any season or any expansion. And maybe you give, like, a little bit of an XP buff. Maybe, yeah, if you're trying to level all the way to 70, maybe you get a little XP buff, like a 20% XP buff, to kind of help people out. But yeah, I kind of dislike the artificial level bands. Yeah, Talon, I feel the same way, man. Like, I no matter what I do, like, I can't make myself care about, like, getting raid gear at level 25, at 40, like, I just don't really care. I've talked about it a lot. And I don't think how I feel is gonna change until I'm at 60. Cause, like, for me, raid gear, like, for me, the incentive for me to get raid gear is so my character can get better, so the group can be better, so that we can more easily get into the next raid. Like, I want to take my raid gear from raid number 1, I want to get all the best gear I can, so when raid number 2 comes out, I'm ready to dive right into that. But when I'm getting all my best gear so that I'm ready to dive right back into 35 hours of leveling, like, I don't need the gear to level. I'm powerful enough to level up in Classic WoW. Like, it's not a big deal. I could probably level up a naked character in Classic WoW. Like, it doesn't matter. The gear doesn't matter. Now when it comes to just leveling up your character. So yeah, like, I don't end up caring about it. And I don't think it's gonna change until 60. So yeah, in future seasons I would love to be able to just level my character all the way up. And then that way what happens to me is, like, you know, we get to the level band, I don't care about doing the raids. And then I get detached from the character. I detach from the character, and then when I come back to the season, it's like, oh, okay. Well, I'm not really, like, attached to any of these characters, because I can't care about farming the raid at 25 or 40 or probably 50. Like, I don't know. I don't know. What server is this? This is Storm Rage, which is a US East server. US East. Storm Rage. PvE.
Greetings.
And I kind of feel like maybe it's okay that I get to the level, that maybe I drop out of the season for a bit and come back. Like, maybe that's okay. Maybe that's kind of like design gameplay for some people who are not going to want to raid at the artificial level bands.
Can I help you?
And the thing is, like, I don't even feel like I'm missing out on anything.
Have a great day now.
Like, by not doing the Nomergon raid, I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything, because I don't care about the gear. And I've seen Nomergon before, many times. Like, I know what the dungeon is like. So the boss encounters are going to be different. Like, that's fine. But yeah, I don't feel like I'm missing out. And then most of you guys know what has killed the season for me. Like, what has made the season, like, kind of not that fun to even level alts. Like, the one thing that I would do, level alts, that is made completely not fun for me by having to acquire all the flippin' runes. I don't find rune acquisition fun gameplay. And so if I'm a person that doesn't care a lot about the raid at the artificial level bands, and I'm a person that doesn't really want a PvP every 3 hours, you know, and now I can't really do a bunch of alts because I have to worry about jumping through hoops to get 18 runes to have my full character class. If I can't even play alts, then I'm like out. You're kind of like losing me for the season at that point. I was really hoping, like, with the fresh level band, that they would go back and make the 1 to 25 runes easier to get. And then you could focus the challenge on, like, your current phase runes. I really thought that they would either make them trainable, or maybe they would put them on the reputation vendors, and you could just buy them at certain level requirements. I thought for sure they would do something, since they gave the XP buff, and since they buffed waylaid supplies, I thought that they would make rune acquisition for the prior phase easier. And they didn't. In fact, sometimes it's harder, because if you need a group at that level, now that people are in their next phase, it's even harder to find groups at the lower levels to get that shit done. They're kind of just relying on you, like, knowing some high level people to come help you with stuff for some of the runes. This place is dense, like very, very dense. I should put my shield up. I should get my mirror images out here. Okay. These guys are gonna kill me. Like I don't even know, like, in this situation really, like, what should I have done differently? Not pull them all, obviously. But I don't know if there was like much. Maybe I could have focused on nuking them with Frostbolt. We might live thanks to the shield, actually. Oh yeah, we're gonna live. It was just really, really close. It turns out you can die in retail. Yeah, it's still a challenging game if you overpull, if you're learning your class. Yeah, like getting the runes on one, fine. Like getting the runes, if I wanna level up a bunch of characters, like, and that's what made me think. Like somebody asked me, like, what do you like about the season? Why are you playing the season? And it's like, so I'm not playing the season for the raids. I was mostly playing the season to see how different the classes were, to experience the classes being different in their redesign. But I don't really get to do that with a free hand. I have to jump through hoops to get 18 different abilities in order to see the class, you know, as they've designed it for the season. And that was like the main thing that I was really enjoying, was like leveling up the character, seeing how it's different, learning about it, you know, doing a bunch of 5-mans, learning the button pressing. Like that's what is entertaining to me, especially when I'm not going to raid a bunch, especially when I'm not going to PvP a bunch. It's really about seeing the class design. And they don't let you do that. You have to jump through hoops to do it, and you have to do that every single time on every single class. And I don't enjoy it. I don't find, like, having Wowhead up all day, like looking at stuff in Wowhead step by step by step. I don't find that like good gameplay or very exciting or fun. And so yeah, so like leveling alts is kind of like, damn, what I do is I look for the hardest to get rune on the class. I read through the hardest to get rune. I get discouraged by how long and how boring it's going to be while I do that, and how mandatory it is, and then I decide not to play. So it's rough. Yeah, and then out of the 18 runes you can use 4. But the problem is, like, especially on classes like the Paladin, like, you know, like, yeah, I'd love to see a Pally tank. I'd love to be able to do all of it, you know, like you could on a normal class. I'd love to be able to see how it's different to DPS, tank, and heal. But if I want to do that, then I kind of have to get, like, most of the runes, you know? It's like, you can just pick and choose the 4 that you need for your build, but a lot of times, like, the 4 that you need are going to be, like, you know, those are going to be the best ones. And those are going to be the ones with all the hoops to jump through for the most part. You know, go kill 7 elites, and then combine this item, and then run it halfway around the world to 4 different people, and then kill another elite, and then, okay, here you go, here's your rune that you need for your class to be the class you want to play. If they were quest, it would be a smoother experience if they were all quest given to you at different levels. Oh, we got some weird. Has anybody else noticed that in their WoW client, like weird flickering in the game? I've had a couple people tell me like it's happened to them, and I can't figure out what the deal is with it, but it happens sometimes. Yeah, anyway, quest would be better. Yeah, quest, it would still be like the same thing. You'd still have to go see 17 different people, kill 17. Some of them turn into quest. I guess I just wish that they could be a little bit simpler and a little bit more straightforward. Because they're not fun. Like, the way they are isn't fun. It's not fun to have to travel all around. It's not really engaging. You just do it, and it's something to do and get done. It's not something you're like, oh, I can't wait till I get to go after this rune and see the cool story that unfolds and all the neat places I go. Like, that's not what you feel when you're going after runes. You're just feeling like, this has to get done, I have to do it, and I'm gonna follow the steps, and I have to make myself get it done. I'm pretty sure that's how, like, basically everybody approaches the runes. It's something you have to do, and you just gotta get it done. And then I think that there's probably a very vocal, very small minority of people, you know, people who just love, like, digging into every corner of everything to find secrets. Have you ever had a friend like that, like in video games? He's like kind of obsessed about looting everything, doing the 100% run, seeing every dialogue option. Like, there are people like that who are just like uber completionists, who are gonna dive into every nook and cranny and systematically take every piece of content apart. But those people are a minority of gamers, and so, but I think they're also very vocal when they like things. So I think that there are very vocal people who are like, oh, runes are so great, it's so great to have these things to discover in the world and really feel like there are secrets in Azeroth again. I feel like there are like a minority of people who are like that. And I think that's who Blizz listens to right now. They listen to like the minority of like just treasure seekers and those people who are just like 100% completionists. They click on everything, they do everything. And they do it systematically. And then they're very happy about stuff like this because they get to be the people that go discover it and make a guide about it. But for the rest of us just kind of playing casually and wanting to experience the classes, like it's not great. It's not really exciting or fun or engaging gameplay. Yeah, I just don't think it should be a grind to get to be my class. Like, that's the depressing part. Is like, if it were a grind for gear, if it were a grind for like gold, if it were a grind for something that was like kind of optional, that'd be different. But when you're locking player abilities, like your whole class identity in some cases is locked behind a grind of just doing these tasks for these runes. It's like, it's your class identity out there. Like, you want to be a warlock tank? Well, you got a lot of shit to do first. Firstly, you got to level up. You know, maybe it's just not for me, and we can leave it at that. What I kind of realize is that, like, you know, I haven't played a lot of retail recently. All the classes in retail are new to me, with the exceptions of those I've played in Dragonflight. So if I really want to just experience new classes and learn different ways to play the game, then retail's a really good place to do that. Because I can simply level my character up, I can learn all about the class, all about the specs, and I can see what they're all about. And it's a pain-free experience. It's just enjoyable to do.
Hello. See you soon.
Primordial, good afternoon to you. Welcome
Keep
to the
your
stream.
feet on the ground. Safe travels.
We got an offhand, which is fine. We are using an offhand right now, 16 int. That's pretty huge, actually. These are also an upgrade, and we can't use the rest.
Pleased to meet you. Off and
Let's
away.
make sure we vendor.
Alrighty then.
We've hit level 30, and now we can fly.
Hi, you're a tall one.
We will fly if there is a place we want to go that would be best suited by flying. Otherwise, I'm probably not going to do a lot of flying. I hope that doesn't annoy anybody. If there's somewhere like really far, or if we want to like go to a different zone completely or something like that, then we'll fly.
Be seeing you.
Yep, we are already 30. We are trucking along, as they say. Let's see. We're back over here. Let me pull up the guide I was looking at really quick. Okay, it looks like we want to grab... I don't know why we even care about some of these things, to be honest. But I'm gonna do the build like they recommend, and just be fine with that. Okay. There we go. We have a turn-in back here that I forgot.
What can I do for you?
No, the problem is, if you're talking about Season of Discovery,
With honor, friend.
the problem is, like, nah, I've played enough of most classes that, like, it's not gonna matter, because, like, if I play a rogue, let's say I play something I don't really know, like, I already did this because I did it on a druid, and then let's say, fine, I don't really know the class, so I get to learn the class, I still have to go after the runes. The problem I have with SOD is literally the hoops I have to jump through to get my runes. Period. That's it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go after 18 runes. I don't want to go after 6 runes. Like, if they were actually discoveries, shit you would find like organically while exploring the world, that'd be really cool, but that's not what they are. And I don't have fun doing them. It's like some of the least, going after runes is some of the least fun I have ever had in my life playing a video game. And I played a lot of bad video games in my life. But pulling up Wowhead, looking at the steps, going where Wowhead tells me to go, like doing those things is some of the least fun stuff I have done in a video game in my entire life. And that's just me. Like that, I can't quantify other people's experiences. Some people don't mind them, some people enjoy them, some people think they're just something to get done. I have no fun doing them at all. Like, and no matter what class I play in SOD, I'm gonna have to get a bunch of them. I'm gonna have in some of the ones I want are gonna be some of the least fun stuff I've ever had to do in a game. So yeah, it's that's all that it's about. Like, because I can have fun on any of the classes. Like, you know, I love WoW. I can pick up any class and I can find some way to have fun on it. But I just don't have fun with runes and how we get them. And I don't think it's gonna change. Yeah, there you go. See, Adam likes them. He finds meaning in them. He thinks that they add to the immersion of his experience. That's a completely valid standpoint to have. Someone like that is going to have fun playing SOD. I don't enjoy those things. I don't think they are beefy enough to really add any immersion or like storytelling for me. I just don't think there's enough substance to them. If they were all handled more like quest chains, and if the quest chains, like some of them have a few quests, and it gets interesting. It doesn't go anywhere, and doesn't mean anything, but it gets a little interesting. But they are all of them, especially for the good ones, they are all simply time sinks. It's not just that there's a quest. It's that there's a quest that requires you to go to 17 different places and kill 5 different guys to make an item to travel around to show to 3 different people in different areas. Like, it's just obviously a time sink. It's not necessarily designed to be immersive or designed to add to the story the way like the class order halls were. It's designed to kill your time. It's designed to be a big thing you have to do to kill your time, because that's kind of how the devs see like Classic in a way. They're like, well, in Classic there was a lot of, it was slow. You spent a lot of time traveling around. So like that's kind of like their justification for why it is that way, is that they identify that as being part of Classic, and that's fine. It just is something that I don't enjoy it. I don't think that juice is worth the squeeze, so to speak. And also, I guess, like, a part of me is also still, like, bitter about the fact that, like, none of them are discoveries. You know, for the average player, getting your runes are not discoveries. You don't discover them. You pull up Wowhead, and you find where they're at. There's, like, a handful that you can stumble across. And of the handful that you stumble across, there are a couple that you can figure out how to do without any guidance. But for 80% of the runes, you're not discovering them as you organically play the game. That would add to immersion, and that would add to like depth in my character and in my gameplay experience. If I were just coming across new shit in the world, that was then leading me to get my runes. But that isn't how people actually do it, and that's not how it's done. And I guess that's the other thing that I'm like just that I dislike about the season, that I, you know, obviously I had an idea that these discoveries would actually be things we would discover while playing the game. I also thought, like, mistakenly, that there would be more things to discover than just our runes. I thought there would be tons of stuff to discover, like just new quests with better rewards, chests with items, chests with golds. I thought, like, discoveries would be all around, and we'd be seeing a bunch. I was thinking that they were going to put way more effort into it than they did. So, like, from the get-go, I was always disappointed with the discovery portion of the Season of Discovery. Calling it the Season of Change or the Season of Metamorphosis or something would have been better, because it just is all about how the classes have changed. It is more about how the classes have been changed than it is about discovering anything in, like, an exploratory sense, you know? I am not used to how little health regen we have in retail. We don't have any passive health regen because we have so much HP. It just doesn't regen on its own. Season of RuneScape. Thank you, Jason. That's actually perfect. The Season of RuneScape. What? Scape. What? RuneScape. The Season of RuneScape. The Season of RuneScape. Yeah, it's the Season of Metamorphosis. The Season of class changes. And they could have done those class changes by adding spells in the spell book, by adding talents in the talent trees. There's lots of ways that you can have a season that focuses on class change. Having me open WoW would be a fun or exciting way to do it. I wish there had been discoveries like what I thought, and the class changes were given to us in a more traditional way, or perhaps locked behind rep. I wish that the discoveries had been gear and quests that every class can do. Imagine evergreen content, like imagine quests that every class could do. Stuff that added flavor and depth to some of the other stories that are already going on in Classic. Imagine that kind of discovery. Quest, gold, loot, rare spawns with loot, new bags, like, oh, I found a 16 slot bag off that guy. Like, just exciting things to come across while you're already out playing the game. Imagine it being more like that. And then the class change portion just being given to you more traditionally. And I think that would have been a more compelling and, like, more immersive experience for people. What am I looking for here? I need to free the gnolls! I've been picking up all these keys and I'm like, what are these keys for? Duh. Maybe I have to free some people. Like, I've never done a quest like this before. I'm on it. I'm gonna focus on getting this quest done now. I just don't know. And like all things that I just don't know, I have to do it. I just have no idea where it comes from. If I have no idea where it comes from, I don't want it to be around. I just don't understand. My favorite expansion, these days I say my favorite expansion is Burning Crusade. But I think, like, subconsciously the only reason I say that now is because of how little time we got with Burning Crusade. Like, would I have said Burning Crusade if we got 2 years with it in Classic? I don't know. I can't say. But right now I'd say Burning Crusade. Oh man, we got our warrior leveled up. We got that warrior. I had a couple pieces of my bold set. I was like just so ready to jump into more heroic 5-mans and just get my entire bold set and start doing some raiding in TBC. And as soon as I started doing heroics, as soon as I started tanking heroics, they announced Wrath of the Lich King. And as soon as they had a date for Wrath of the Lich King release, nobody gave a shit about heroics in TBC. Nobody cared about gearing up. Nobody cared about raiding. No one cared about Magister's Terrace, even though that had come out pretty recently. Like, as soon as they popped out a date for Wrath, TBC died. And I was just like, I had just gotten there with the warrior that I wanted to play. We got like the bold shoulders and the bold helmet. It was super exciting. Oh man, I was gonna get to do it right this time. I was gonna get to have my redo of my TBC experience, where this time I actually got to tank Magister's Terrace, like, and do that whole thing, and see Karistan. Like, I was so close, and then they gave a date for Wrath, because Shadowlands was in the toilet, and they needed to figure out how they were gonna make people not hate the game right now. And so because of the debacle with, like, the workplace at Blizzard, and because of how shitty Shadowlands was, we got totally gypped out of a second year of TBC. So yeah, TBC. No, they couldn't because of all the bad things going on. They were like, oh my god, how do we make people not hate us? You know what people love? They love Wrath of the Lich King. Let's give them that right frickin' now. And they did. In record time. We've had Wrath for a while now. Are we gonna pass 2 years with Wrath before we get Cataclysm? So I feel like we've had Wrath for a minute and a half. It's been a long time. Mellow Fellow, good afternoon to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. What was going on at Blizzard? There was all, like, the harassment lawsuits were going on. We found out people were drinking milk out of coolers that they shouldn't have been drinking. It was a bad time at Blizzard. We found out that Blizzard was basically an old boys club. People were drinking at work, allegedly. People were allegedly doing lots of things that you don't do at a workplace. And all that shit came out right around the time that Shadowlands was in the toilet for being just a terrible game. And we were like, no wonder the game is terrible. If the workplace is so bad, how could they make anything good? Like, it was a bad time for Blizzard. It was a bad 6 or 7. Final Fantasy 14 was kicking off. Asmon was playing 14. Co-Carnage was playing 14. Like, WoW was in the toilet. And so they were like, what does every WoW player like? Every WoW player agrees that Wrath of the fucking Lich King was the height of the game. It was the best it ever was. Highest sub count. Let's go, let's launch it right now. And they launched it. And their plan worked. Like, things at Blizzard started to get better after that. You know, things got better. Dragonflight came out. Dragonflight wasn't complete crap. Blizzard started listening to the player base and actually making changes based on feedback. Like, you know, things did get better. You know, because here we are. And that's the story of how we lost TBC forever. We are gonna die of poison damage. Oh yeah, and I think the plan was always to have it last the 2 years, you know what I mean? That was the original plan, but they had to change that plan. They had to be agile, as they would say in the corporate speak. And so they were. And so they were agile. And we lost TBC forever. Mellow Fellow Realms just opened up for fresh Alliance tunes? What version of the game, my man? It's like 7 different versions of WoW. I have no idea which one we're talking about. And I found that it's a mistake to assume that the version we're talking about is the one that I'm currently playing, because that's not always the case. And so they opened... Really? They opened new servers in SOD? Like fresh realms? The freshest of realms? Or did they just open up Alliance tunes on existing realms? They just opened up Alliance character creation, basically, right? They didn't drop new realms.
Welcome. Keep your feet on the ground. See you soon.
Alright, we're going after a named Gale.
Keep your feet on the ground.
We're going right over here. Yeah, they open current realms to more Alliance tunes. Right on. Yeah, like, I feel like they do that. Like, they lock people out of Alliance because more people play Alliance. To be fair, they've done a really good job with that because, like, if you look at the populations for the Sod realms, the populations are actually pretty even. They're more even than they've ever been in, like, any other version of the game. In any other version of the game, you are either playing on a Horde realm or you're playing on an Alliance realm for the most part. But in Sod, they figured it out. Now, obviously, it's really inconvenient when somebody tries to, like, play Alliance with their friends and they can't. That's the part that sucks. Yeah, Luna, not a lot of people leveling up in Wrath right now. I noticed that too. I was trying to level a Shami for a little bit, and yeah, it was dead, you know, but I kind of expect it to be dead at this point. People are, I think, like, people probably have their ults, and if they don't have their ults, then they're just kind of waiting for Cataclysm to do the pre-patch. So they can level their goblins or their Worgen in the pre-patch. And yeah, it'll be Cataclysm before you know it. We'll be yeah, they should do the Connected Realms thing, Dane, for Wrath of the Lich King. They definitely should do the Connected Realms thing. Absolutely. Like, why haven't they done the Connected Realms thing that they did for Classic Era? So that when I do play Wrath of the Lich King, I can just see other people and not feel like, you know, like, it's just like something you feel as a WoW player. And maybe as like an MMO player, like when you don't ever see anybody, like, you do feel like it's dead. The exception to that for me is retail, and the reason why I know retail isn't dead is because there's just a bazillion places to level up, and the reason you never see anybody is because we're all leveling up across like 12 different expansions. But when you're running around in Classic and you know there's like only a couple leveling paths and like you don't see anybody, you're like, oh, dead game? And even if you're a solo player, and you do a lot of stuff like without a guild, like, it's still hard to play sometimes when you feel like nobody else is playing. $28 Chew TV, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Are people actually hyped about Cata? The thing is, like, I just don't think that we feel hype now until we are closer to the thing, because there's so much to do. Even if you're just a WoW player, like, there's so many different versions of WoW to play. There's always like the version that's hot at the moment, and so I think hype is, like, you know, withheld until like very close to the thing coming out, because we have a thing to be excited about currently. They really are designing WoW as a series of games that has you hopping between them, like, very regularly. Instead of what you might do, or what you might want to do, is be able to focus on just one of those games. They really are designing their release schedule to just have people hopping around just from different versions of the game. Like, play Phase 3 Assad. Okay, now Cat is coming out. Okay, that's been out for a few months. Now War Within's coming out. Okay, that's been out for a few months. Now it's level 60 of Sod. Okay, that's been a few months. Now you got the first major patch of Cataclysm. Like, it's like, oh my god. How am I gonna play all this WoW? How am I gonna do this? What am I gonna do? And if I feel that way, like, I have like 5 or 6 hours a day where I can play the game if I want. If I feel like there's going to be too much WoW to play, like, how must people feel when they only have like an hour or so a day, or less? It must feel really daunting. And then to know that if you settle, then you know that if you settle on one version of the game and you just focus on it, there are going to be times when no one else is playing what you're playing. There might be times when your entire guild is off playing a different version of the game, or your friends are off playing a different version of the game. Like, that's the reality if you do choose to, like, okay, I gotta focus on just one. It's crazy. It sucks to complain about. You're complaining about giving too much game. Like, yes, you're giving me too much game to play. I'm complaining about being given too many awesome things to do. Yep. And then, like, yeah, like, I'm sure they worried all along about, like, splitting the player base and stuff like that. Because I feel like it also does split the player base up, too.
How are you?
Yeah, you're enjoying it all. You say, except Wrath. Poor Wrath. poor Wrath. I gotta find a character I want to level in Wrath so we can show Wrath some love. What do I need for Wrath? I don't know. I probably don't need anything. I'm gonna do a Worgen Hunter, and then that's probably gonna be my main. But God, we gotta give Wrath some love. Poor Wrath of the Lich King. It went from being everybody's favorite version of the game ever to being everyone's like least exciting version to ever touch now. Like no one wants to touch it.
See you soon.
Oh my gosh.
Safe travels.
What a sad fate. 28 intellect. Damn. I love, by the way, I love being a mage with a sword. I know we never get to use it or swing it. We don't even have any like sword abilities, but it's still really cool. We got a belt. This is a little bit better than what we have. And we got bracers that are also a little bit better than what we have. We're starting to see some secondary stats on stuff. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Oh no. Do I ever queue for dungeons on retail? Yeah, I do. I queued for one on this character the other day, and it was over so fast. Like I blinked twice, and then I died once, and then it was over. I had to, yeah, they left me behind, and it was a kind of a shit show. Like yeah, and I'll probably do more dungeons, but like dungeons like 5-mans in retail are weird to me. They are just weird. Here, we'll queue up for one. We'll just queue up for one. Why not? I haven't done one as Frost Spec yet, so. But yeah, it's like go, and we go, and we go, and we go. I'm gonna kill this guy with Ice Lance and only Ice Lance. Okay. And I don't even think I have Blizzard yet. Like, do I have Blizzard yet? When do I get Blizzard? I'm level 30 and I don't have Blizzard? This is impossible. Oh, I do have Blizzard. Okay, we have an AoE. Nobody panic. I don't have any buttons left, guys. I have to drop Fire Blast. Okay, so there we go. We have Blizzard. We can just AoE everything, and we're fine. Let's actually queue up now. Let's not just talk about it. We'll do random classic dungeons. Do I have any experience on the retailer Cata Hunter? Not really. No, not so much. I have some experience on the Sod Hunter now. I got a level 25 Sod Hunter. That's about it. I got a level 48 hardcore classic Arrow Hunter. but that's it. Back in BFA, I mained a hunter before I had to quit raiding. I was maining a Beast Mastery Hunter. Back in like BFA, the very last time I was like even trying to raid with my old guild. Before like traveling for work and the infinite AP grind of my Heart of Azeroth just became too much, and I couldn't feel competitive anymore, and I had to quit. That was a Beast Mastery Hunter, and it was okay.
Be good. See you soon.
It was a simple. I remember it being a simple rotation at a time when that was what I really needed.
See you soon.
It was like a pretty simple rotation that did decent damage. But yeah, we're gonna do a Worgen Hunter as soon as the Cata pre-patch comes out, and that should be fun. Someone told me that Cataclysm was when we went from mana to energy on the Hunter, so I'm looking forward to that. How am I getting into this place? Oh, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out later. I don't know how I'm getting in there. It's so weird. Maybe over this way. Maybe there's a pathway that leads right in. Yeah, Alex says, you're not allowed to die in dungeon runs in retail. We found that out, yeah. You are allowed to die. You just are not going to get a res. Yeah, you can't. Don't die in a dungeon run while you're leveling up in retail. You will not be rezzed. The group will move on without you. And then the best thing you can do to save face at that point is simply to leave the group. Is there a reason why we... Oh, I thought this was Oldemon. It's not. It's Sunken Temple. I was going to say, why do we keep getting Oldemon?
Is unflagging.
Oh no, so there's voiceovers. We got a bunch of quests. I like a bunch of quests.
I have explicitly asked you to do so.
I like a bunch of quests, that's good. This guy's voice lines kind of creep me out. We are starting in like kind of a weird spot. I don't know where we're at. We got a map. Oh damn, there's a map. Oh, this version of Sunken Temple is probably really nice, isn't it? Oh yeah. It's a layout that makes sense in some way. Impossible. Okay, what should I do here? I should do this. I should do this. I should lay one of these down. I don't have details on this? No. I thought did I not have a DPS meter running the other day? Impossible. Impossible. Let's check add-ons. Oh, I just don't have it on. It's probably not up to date either. Yeah, it's just not even... No, details is not working. maybe it's just like super out of date. I can't even get details to show up. Oh my god, what's happening? And see, I looked away for 1 minute and I think we're pulling the last boss. Yeah, unless I get details working, we'll never know how we're doing, so I will have to grab the update really quick. See if we can get it going. I don't know if I should be like AoEing this stuff first and then single targeting or what. Alright, I grabbed the update for details. Let's do a reload. Yes. Just about exactly as I would expect. Damage done is fine. Current segment is fine. Okay. Let's just, we'll get a fresh start here. Not that it's going to matter very much. It's fine. We got out DPS by the healer, but that's completely fine. We're fine with it. Oh yeah, this thing does damage too. Yeah, all these minute cooldowns, they kill me, man. A minute cooldown. Oh good, a minute. I gotta keep track of it. Every single minute I gotta think about it. Let's put it down here, maybe I'll think about it more. Yeah, clearly like a lot to learn here about like what I should exactly be doing most of the time. I feel like melee have it so much better because you're just in there hitting like right away. Yeah, like all this shit's gonna be dead by the time I can cast anything on it. Like when should I start casting on it? Like I'll cast on it now. Yeah, I feel like melee just like have, as far as like meters, if you're just looking at meters, like melee have a distinct advantage over anybody who has to do like any kind of hard cast. Is he gonna pull the whole room? I hope he does. Yeah, pull everything. Pull more? Okay, that's probably enough. I mean, even on that pull, we did not do a lot. We got the boss up back here now.
Join us.
That's an AoE. Okay, didn't realize what that ability even did. I'm not sure if we've ever pushed those buttons before. So that does some kind of weird pulse around us. Would have been good to use in the actual AoE thing.
Join us. Join us. Haka shall live again.
I'd like to get another window to show DPS, but I've completely blanked on how to like create another window. Just like totally blanked on it. Yeah, I have no idea. Am I not looting something? Is that what's happening? Ahead of somebody. I need to be looting. I don't think I looted the last guy either, to be fair. I'm always really bad at actually looting the bosses. There's somebody's head. I think I forgot the last guy already. The gear icon? Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Aha. Okay, yes. And then they kill the boss. I'm like back here, it's fine. This I want to be like overall damage done. Okay, where are these people? Oh my god. I turned my back for 1 second. This is what happens to me. This is what happens to me when I do these dungeons. Like, here I am back here, futzing with this or that. Here everyone is up here, just like they're done with the run. It's actually really funny. In a sad sort of way. I get here, the boss is halfway dead. Pretty typical. Hey, we got, you know what? We got an upgrade. I don't deserve it, but I'll take it. Rod of Corrosion. We got a loot bag. We got some gloves. That's really nice. Such a big boost over what we had. And then we did loot a couple of things. I'm going to teleport out and teleport back in. That should put us back at the beginning. And then we should be able to turn in these quests. As long as not everyone else leaves the group. Let's teleport back to the dungeon and we'll see what we can turn in.
I remain in service to
Maybe I got
Green
them all.
Dragonflight.
I don't know.
We live in interesting times.
We did get them all. Okay, perfect. And now we can leave the group. We gained a level or two. And yeah. We have a talent point to spend. Let's go ahead and we will clear the data. Hide that back. And there we go. Alright, talent point. Let's see. The blizzard thing, resetting the cooldown on frozen orbs sounds good. Like, that actually sounds really good for AoE. Whenever you attempt to chill a target, you gain bone chilling, increasing spell damage you deal by 0.5. Okay, this seems really good. I kind of want this too, though, for like, that's going to really help out AoE. But let's grab this for now. Okay, whoa, we got more weirdness. There's so many weird things with the new UI, like so many ways that it bugs out like all the time. It's so strange. Like a reload always fixes it, so it's not really a big deal, but it never used to do stuff like that before they changed the UI. We'll wait a couple minutes and then I'll queue for another one. I don't mind doing some. I should probably do a couple to kind of learn like the pace with which people go through them. If I'm in a state where I can not futz with stuff, like we got the add-on working now, I know like some of the buttons I need to hit. So like if we get better, then maybe we can keep up with the group. Who knows? It'd be neat to be able to keep up. Monica, good afternoon, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. How am I liking Frost so far? I don't mind it. I do like the reactionary stuff. Sometimes it feels awkward sometimes when you don't get any procs. Like sometimes I don't know if I should be hard casting Frostbolt or what exactly I should be doing. But for the most part it feels pretty good. I do feel like I have to press more buttons than I pressed as Arcane. But apparently at some point that might change. Arcane felt like it had a pretty simple rotation. People kept coming in and telling me that it was like the most complicated spec. Maybe it gets some abilities later that make it that way, I don't know. But this is not bad. We'll do this for today, and then maybe next time we'll try Fire, and then we'll have kind of like a baseline. If we spend a few hours on every spec, we'll have a baseline of how we feel about all of them. And then I can settle into one. I was looking at like Dragonflight DPS tier rankings, last night. And what I found interesting is that there are really no like shit tier, bottom tier DPS. Everything's like S, A+, A minus. There's some Bs. I don't even think I saw anything that was C rated. It seems like they balance things to a point where like most specs are at least decent DPS, with like, you know, some S tier that are obviously exceptional and some B tier that are not like optimal. But yeah, it was nice to see like everything kind of looking within range, as opposed to seeing like, you know, you see some specs that are like way down there, but there wasn't anything way down there. It was a refreshing change from checking the tier list for Sod and finding that my rep pally was now D tier DPS. It really seems like whatever you want to do in retail, it can be viable. You know, unless you're trying to do like uber elitist, you know, like huge mythic keys and trying to go, you know, then you're going to want like whatever the highest meta is. But it seems like for 90% of players, you can basically do what you want. These queues pop way too fast for me. I have to wait a while between queuing up, because that was like, what, like a 3-minute queue? I don't want 3-minute queues. You know what's a good queue time? Like 15 minutes. 15 or 20 minutes for a DPS queue is a good queue. Halls of Origination. But I picked random classic dungeons. How am I doing Halls of Origination? Is Halls of Origination a Cataclysm dungeon? Oh yeah, I remember having to CC these groups, like, the first week that heroics were out at Cataclysm. I remember having to CC these groups. Because you, like, 4 of them would kill you. Yeah, mana's not a resource. On most classes, you're managing your cooldowns and stuff. You're not really managing your mana or anything like that. You're managing your cooldowns, your procs. But mana, like, I don't think, on Frost at least, is a consideration. We gotta jump below and do the levers, like someone has to get down here and do these. The problem is... Yeah, okay, he got the other one. There we go.
Beacons of light, bestow upon me your aegis.
Oh, we gotta do it again. We just got back to the fight, now we gotta do it again. Alright, someone got that one. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. I'm gonna get left behind this time for trying to do the mechanics. I thought we were riding the elevator, but apparently we have stuff to do first.
Right, let's go. Just need to input the final entry sequence into the door mechanism, and... that did the trick. The control room should be right behind this. Oh, wow.
I look so drab compared to everybody else.
What? This isn't the
They all have
control
exciting
room.
transmog.
There's another entire defense mechanism in place, and the blasted rock trogs broke into here somehow. Trogs. Why did it have to be trogs? Okay. Let me think a moment. Mirrors pointing all over the place. 4 platforms with huge elementals. I got it! I saw a tablet that mentioned this chamber. This is the vault of
Oh
lights.
God! What the?
Okay, simple.
What happened to me? What did I
need you
stand in?
adventurers to take out each of the 4 elementals.
Yeah,
to
snakes.
trigger
Why did
the
it have to be
opening
snakes?
sequence to
Right.
the far door.
It's weird coming from this character in an expansion where there was literally an Indiana Jones character. What the F killed me? This is where you don't get a res. They're like, dude died. Please press a res button. Please. 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 Can I just... Would you please... This is how people play the game now. Like, this is not a joke. Like, oh God, he's gonna res me. Oh my God. Shit. I got really lucky with this guy. Like, he ran off, he wasn't gonna come back. I don't know why he came back. Last time we died, they did not come back. They just kept on trucking ahead. Alright. That's gonna be fun for somebody to deal with. Maybe we can get up here and actually do some damage to this guy before that big horde of trogs comes at us. Maybe I'll pay attention to the mechanics this time so I don't get instant killed by whatever instant killed me last time.
another one down. Just look at those light beams. They seem to be connecting to the far door.
The healer's child woke up, so he couldn't heal for a minute. He said, "Sorry, kiddo woke up." This healer has a sleeping child, and they must be a little one. If he had to get up and do something when it woke up. So at any moment, he could have to go care for his child, who he is, up until this point, like, steadfastly ignoring. It could get touchy in here, yeah. Let's see what happens. Let's see if the heals keep going out, or if they stop. I see puddles on the floor. I'm guessing I don't want to stand in those.
One more elemental to go. The door is almost
I seem
open.
to be doing better as far as, like, damaging stuff goes. He doesn't have his priority state. Yeah, it's questionable. It's questionable. Ooh, that's a loud dog.
That's it! You've done it! The vault door is opening! Now we can... Oh no!
This unit has been activated outside of normal operating protocols. Downloading new operational parameters. Download complete. Full unit self-defense routines are now active. Purge of unauthorized entities commencing. Omega step under that unit shutting down.
We've
Oh,
done
nice.
it! The control room is breached!
We've got some cloth robes with prismatic sockets. I'm sure I'll be getting right onto socketing this thing. What's this look like? Oh, it looks pretty cool. We are teleporting somewhere. Okay, we're not going to be left behind.
Here we go. Now this should only take a moment.
The music in here is, like, really, really kicking out. Dead again. We're not the only one that's dead though. The healer is also dead. So that's perfect. Apparently though, somebody rezzed him. So we got a res too, thankfully.
Defilers, wretches, fiends, be gone from here.
Not bad, not bad. I felt like I was semi-useful in that run. We took second overall damage done next to the tank who did like double the damage that we did. But yeah, that felt not horrible. That felt pretty good. This dungeon was rough at first. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I remember it too. You can wipe easily. Let's go ahead. We didn't have any quests to do here, so we are good just to leave the group. And then we got a talent point. And then I'll wait a little bit before I queue up for another one. That was ooh, we got action. That was like a 3-minute queue time, so like I'm cool with doing them every like 15-20 minutes, maybe popping into one. You know, it's really good to get gear. Like, cause gear while you're leveling up, like as you level up, like every time you gain a level, the monsters all get stronger. They all level up with you. But what's not happening all the time is you're not always getting gear. So sometimes you end up feeling weak compared to the enemies, because you don't have any decent gear. So like doing a couple of dungeons here and there, definitely a way to counteract that. We're done with rock elementals. We need fossilized bones. We did not get anything out the final boss. No, the only item we got was this robe that we picked up. So it was actually pretty good. Not complaining. Am I going to try Rogue as well? I already tried a Rogue. I leveled the Rogue for a little bit in a recorded series, and I really didn't like it. I'm going to do the Mage. I'm leveling up a Paladin in a recorded series, and then after the Mage, I either want to do a Demon Hunter or I want to do a Warrior once the Mage is capped. So yeah, right now we got Mage, Pally going on right now. The next thing will be either a Demon Hunter or a Warrior. The Eridar Rogue, yeah, the Rogue was an Eridar. And I just didn't like it. Yeah, when we do the Warrior, we're definitely going to go Fury. Yep. Absolutely. Let's see. Where is this taking me? Am I going to be able to go this way? Oh, maybe. Oh. No. Oh, it's so close. No, we can't do it. It looked like we were going to be able to cross right over. How nice would that have been? Now there's... Maybe I can blink. Oh, no. That didn't do it. It's not having any of my shenanigans. We're going to have to go around the long way. Do I still have the female human warrior I leveled up in Shadowlands? Maybe, but if I do, they're not on Storm Rage. Yeah, I leveled the warrior to 50. I did not even... I didn't even take the warrior... I didn't even take that warrior into Shadowlands. Because Shadowlands was so awful. I leveled to 50 on a warrior. I don't know what server that would... That might have been back on Zul'jin. I can't remember. But no, they're not... They're not on Storm Rage. And so, like, for all intents and purposes, they no longer exist.
Here there. Off with you.
We'll just do a new one.
Hello. Safe travels.
I remember nothing about the gameplay of that class, and I'm sure it's changed since then. This plan required me to have Frost Nova up, and I didn't have Frost Nova up. So that did not work out as planned. That worked out okay, though. That was kind of fun. I can't really tell if this named guy... Yeah, it looks like he's going to be back in this area. Is running through all these guys a smart idea? Absolutely not. Am I going to pay for it? Probably. Let's see if I can get really lucky and leash them and not get dismounted. We might be good. Then again, no, we have one... Well, wait. Just a totem. The totem itself is evade bugged. Okay, good. Good. I can't do anything about the totem. Okay, melee attack did it. Oh, hello there. So, the orb thing does not target anybody. The orb thing simply shoots out of my face, and then goes in the direction that my face is pointed. So I have to kind of think about that a little bit more, like I was angled this way, but still targeting the guy, and the orb just went, like, out of my face. We'll remember that. I'm gonna pop in here and grab the flight points. Yeah, maybe we fly back and turn this in before we do any of these quests.
What brings you here?
Yeah, let's go turn this last one in before we start working on the ones out here. Just in case they give us a breadcrumb.
Farewell.
There's lots of flight points, and it's nice. it's nice. It's nice that we can have it both ways. It's nice to have a wetlands where there are no flight points. And it's nice to have a version of the wetlands where there are lots and lots of flight points, very conveniently located.
Great to meet you. Keep your feet on the ground.
And it's going to be like this in Cataclysm. Like when Cataclysm comes out, Classic WoW will have all these flight points.
Be good.
Yep. Classic WoW will have all these flight points as soon as Cata comes out this summer. And then having all these flight points will be classic, right? Makes your next mage spell with a cast time shorter than 10 seconds castable while moving. I don't need another button to push. Shimmer. Teleports you 20 yards forward unless something is in the way, unaffected by the global cooldown. Oh, okay. Let's take Shimmer, I guess. Does this replace Blink, I hope? And then let's take... Perpetual Winter for 2 charges on Flurry is going to be really nice. It did replace Blink. Okay, awesome. Yeah, Sod is in the classic era. Heirloom gear did not exist until Wrath of the Lich King. And Sod takes place completely in vanilla era World of Warcraft. Alright, so they didn't give us any other quest or any breadcrumbs, so let's fly back out to where the Green Warden was, and we will keep going. Let's vendor, though.
What's on your mind?
Let's be smart. Now, we died a couple times as well. Is there anybody here who can repair me?
See you soon. Talk to me.
I don't think so. Yeah, there's no repair guy here, so...
No.
That's unfortunate. We got a satchel of helpful goods that I never opened. Oh, we got a haste trinket. We got an actual trinket that I didn't notice we even got. Yeah, I'll take the 20 haste. Let's pop this. Ooh, we got a helmet. We don't have a helmet on at all, so this is nice. Oh, that matches. That's a cool look. Now, unfortunately, there's no way for us to turn the helmet off unless we visit a transmographer. So we have to rock the helmet for now. We'll eventually turn the helmet off because I just like seeing my character. But the helmet's okay for now.
Very good.
Alright, let's go ahead. We'll pop ourselves in the queue for another run. I kind of dig all the gear we're getting. It's going to help us out a lot. Oh, we did get a breadcrumb out to this guy. Okay, see, look at that. I had a feeling there'd be a breadcrumb. We're looking for 10 Moldering Mire Beasts. These guys are not in stealth. Oh, well, no, he's not in stealth. He's just underwater. Do I have professions on this character? No. So, like, realistically, in retail, like, you don't do professions until you're in the expansion. Because you don't have to do your professions all the way up. You just do the professions that are expansion specific. So as soon as we get into the Dragon Isles, then we can take some Dragon Isles crafting professions. And I would like to take tailoring and mess around with tailoring while we level up. I think that'd be cool, and I think maybe some of you guys could help me learn about the crafting. But yeah, we won't have to touch it until we're on the Dragon Isles. Thankfully, they don't make you level it like from level 1 anymore. I really like how, like, if we fire off our Ice Lance at a weak target, it won't use all of the shards we accumulated. It'll only use the ones it needs to kill the enemy. That's, like, pretty great. Another, they're like prepping us for Cataclysm dungeons. We're just being prepped. I swear I have Classic selected, but it's popping us into these. It's bringing back some memories though, man. I must have ran these 5-mans like a billion times in Cataclysm.
Be careful.
It's nice getting into the ones that have the quests at the beginning. That's really awesome. Alright, let's try to keep up with these people. Oh god, don't we have to ride a Drake or something at some point and do a bombing run in here? We have to do something in here that's very specific. Huh. Uh-oh. I think we're supposed to be able to get on these things. I'm just not sure how. Oh, God. Oh, no! Shit. Oh, boy. Well, eventually we're not the only person having problems. Eventually we'll figure it out. Oh, shit. Okay. I don't know. We gotta click on a dragon. I have no idea what we're doing. They all clicked on their dragons just fine, no issues. My dragon doesn't want me. Like, I have to get it to, like, not have an attack icon. Free the Drake from the net. I don't know how to do that. Okay, there we go. Alright, we got it. We figured it out. We're way too late. It's fine. I'll catch up eventually, I guess. Okay, we're going somewhere. Alright, it's fine. They don't need us. We'll destroy some stuff. I don't know if we got the quest complete or what. No, we didn't. Oh, I have to do this because I wasn't with them, so now I have to do it all by myself, basically. Okay. I see. This might be hard to complete without a group kind of traveling with me. This guy's a boss. Yeah, there's no way we get it all. That's fine. Maybe we'll end up in here again and we'll complete it then. I don't know. We would have had to be flying with the group to get all the kill credit. Yeah, that's right, you were killing the trash mobs too. Or like, at least if you weren't killing them, you were weakening them.
A million more await my orders.
Well, we'll see the boss. I don't think, well, by the time we get to him, he might be dead, but we might see him. Oh yeah, there he is. He'll be half dead. We got a couple hits in. It's really it's a retail dungeon. It's really all we can hope for. We got a couple hits.
No! Strongest get whipped again and be no finish! Oh, this gonna hurt! Strongest slice you! Good choice. Not best choice maybe, but better than fail and live.
I will burn you from the inside out! Dragon, you will do as I command! Catch me! If they do not kill you, I will do it myself! Incinerate them, minions! I will not die for you, Dragonflight! Finish them! Avenge me!
There we go. That is a pretty good upgrade. And of course we can't even equip it because we are already back in combat.
The darkest days are still ahead.
Very nice. Now, I don't know if we completed any of the quests. Oh yeah, we did. So let's teleport out and teleport back in. And we can turn in whatever we managed to get done. And then we have some unspent talent points. We didn't get the one done with the bombing run.
Live another day.
Very cool. Okay. Now we can leave the group. We can open the helpful satchel of supplies. So we got some boots. And we have another robe upgrade. I'll take it. It looks the same. And then, yeah, that was it. Unspent talent point. Let's see. Increase haste by 2% seems just flat out good. Increase crit sounds better. Yeah, I want both of these, I guess. We're in combat. I do appreciate getting getting gear from dungeons. Yeah, it's nice to do a run and to get some loot. Obviously, like, the runs are not super challenging, but you know, they never really are in most versions of the game. Unless you're playing hardcore, it's never really super challenging. Let's go crit strike first.
What brings you here? Be careful.
Oh yeah, all of it, if you're doing it in retail, it's going to be much easier than it was originally. Absolutely. And then, you know, we'll see how it is when we actually do it in Cataclysm this summer. We'll see if it's as hard as we recall it being. Because, yeah, those dungeons used to be pretty... on Heroic, they used to be pretty tough. But I have a feeling that, like, once we're in Cataclysm, they probably won't feel tough. They might not feel as easy as what that just was, but I don't think they'll feel very hard. Shadow, you love how the mobs die before they can look at me? Oh, they look at me. Oh, they look at me. Oh, they're looking. Watch. He's looking at me. He's looking. He's still looking. He's still looking. He's still looking. He's dead. They look at me for long enough, I think. I think I've had enough of their gaze. Should I let them hit me? No, absolutely not. I'm a mage. They shouldn't get close to me. I don't know. I'm not one-shotting them, and I don't feel like I'm killing them too fast. I feel like it's a pretty decent kill rate. And from past experience, I know that like as I level up, it's probably gonna get more challenging. At least it seemed to do that on the Warlock. I mean, man, like in SOD on the Warlock and on the Druid, I was like two-shotting stuff on the balanced Druid build, with Star Surge, and then with Incinerate and Chaos Bolt, we were just two-shotting everything. It was dying much faster than this. This relies on me having like decent procs happening. Yeah, the Dragon Isles mobs are like actually tough. And like the gear that you have on actually matters. Yeah, as we level, we're getting more procs. We have 2 charges of Flurry now. That helps out a lot. Things are happening more often. I'm enjoying it. It's been fun. I'm kind of figuring it out in the dungeons, like how to deal at least a little bit of damage to AoE and to bosses. So I don't feel like I'm completely failing at it, so that's good. I am digging it.
Ishnu Allah, Del Nadris.
Ishnu Allah, may the stars guide you.
Let's have a look. The armor, the chest armor is not as good as what we have. Let's take a look at the ring. We don't have rings? I could have swore that we equipped some rings. Maybe not. I guess not. There is a repair guy here. We should probably take advantage of that, seeing as how we've died a couple times. Oh yeah, we went Frost today. I want to try all the specs. So we played for a couple days on Arcane. We'll do today on Frost. And we'll probably do next time on Frost too. And then we'll check out Fire. And I just want to kind of wrap my head around all of them. And maybe we'll alternate, like as we like level up, maybe we'll alternate back through, because they're bound to grow and change like as we level. Or we could just find one that we really like and settle on it. I'm enjoying Frost a lot. It's been fun.
Be careful.
Alright, so what are we doing next? Oh, we're going all the way up here. Okay, we can definitely do that. I feel like this is gonna lead like right into Arathi Highlands. And maybe we'll do that, but I also thought about getting on a boat and going to Theramore instead. So I also saw today that the Alliance has quest in the Southern Barrens. In Cataclysm, the Alliance got questing in the Southern Barrens, and I thought like, man, that'd be so cool, the quest in the Barrens on the Alliance side. I guess it's out of like Northwatch Hold. And that sounds really fun. And maybe we'll do that, or maybe I'll save it for actual Cata, but if I go to Dustwallow Marsh, then I'll probably also do Southern Barrens. Or we just go into Arathi Highlands and see where that leads us. Either way is fine with me. Let's see. Oh, these random... Oh, these are leather. Oh, too bad. The stats are really good, but they are leather. Alright guys, I'll tell you what, I want to play some more today, but I do need to take a little bit of a break. I need to get a snack and refill my coffee. I need to stretch my legs. I would advise you guys to do the same. Hydrate if you haven't. I'm going to put us on the break screen. I'm going to take maybe about 10 minutes. And then we'll get back to it. We'll probably run another dungeon when I get back. I will pin this. And I will see you guys on the flip side. we are back. Let's go ahead and queue up for another dungeon.
What's on your mind? Off with you. Watch your back. Be good. Interest you on a pint? Watch your back.
We grabbed another ring there. Let's see. It doesn't really have much we need on it, but we don't have a second ring, so we might as well equip it for now. I feel like we changed this to like all Cataclysm. Yeah, look, random Cataclysm. Okay, so we used to be on random Classic. I got us over to random Cataclysm. Okay, yeah, that makes sense as to why we're doing like only Cataclysm stuff. Although it's kind of interesting. We'll see them here before we see them in the summer, I guess. I feel like this is a boss.
Oh God! Tiamat must not be freed! Turn back before it is too late!
That's right, you can mount up in this one. I remember how careful you had to be like moving through here that you didn't pull like additional packs because of how challenging it was back then. Oh, we have leveled up. That was a long polymorph.
Be gone, infidels. You are not welcome here. May peace now. Kneel before me and repent. Death is only the beginning.
Hey, we somehow did top damage on that fight. And we got a blue ring to replace the crap ring that we just equipped. Very cool. Let's mount up. What's the best part in retail for me right now? It's like seeing all the classes again after becoming completely unfamiliar with the classes. Getting to learn the classes. It's a very pretty game, so the graphics are amazing. But, you know, just the same typical stuff. Typically, like, the reasons why I like WoW is the same in every version. I like just relaxing, having a chill time, being in a game that I'm comfortable being in. I like seeing the classes and learning the classes. I have a talent point, yeah. What do I want to do with this? I don't want to spend too much time thinking about it. Let's go ahead and grab this one. This will reduce the cooldown on our frozen orb when Blizzard does damage. So that could help us out with AoE. This fight used to be really annoying. This alligator hunter fight had some kind of mechanic that you had to pay attention to. Not sure what it's going to be like. We seem to be able to ignore most mechanics, but we got this guy coming in. Not sure what to do about him. Maybe we just ignore him. Do I like the new talent system? I like the right side of the talent tree. I think the stuff on the left side could just be deleted, or like worked into the class in some other way. I like the spec trees. I don't like the class trees. I think are kind of lame. We got another item, a neck piece. Very cool. And we are mounting up again.
Am unleashed!
Looks like we're jumping in the tornado.
Of the south, rise and come to your master's aid!
So what's the deal here? Is he protected for right now, or can I be damaging him? I can be damaging him. No, he's deflecting everything. Okay, maybe we have to focus on the ads.
Power before the tempest storm! The sky!
Okay. That's it. That was the last boss, right? Yes, it was. That was a really short one because of the way we pulled it. Yeah. That was a really... What's the deal with tanks plowing through the dungeons, never waiting for people? It's what they do. Like, it's just how the game is played, that's all. Like, they have to... Mythic Plus is a time trial. In Mythic Plus, you have to beat the run in a certain amount of time, otherwise your key depletes. Nobody likes a depleted key. So you just play the game like that because you have to play the game like that anyway. So like, and like he's not hurting the group because like you have to keep up with the tank. That's if you want to do Mythic, you know. If you want to do Mythic, you have to go fast, and to go fast you have to keep up with the tank, and to go fast the tank has to pull. Like, it's just how the game is played, that's all. He's not, the tank is not trying to be malicious. The tank is trying to do his job. As is like built into the game. The game is telling him he has to go fast, he has to learn to go fast, he goes fast. He's just doing his job. Yeah, they're not the tanks in retail when they're pulling really fast, they're not doing it to be malicious to the group. Or to any individual person in the group who might not be able to keep up. They're going that fast because they simply have to. What's a Mythic Plus run? Look it up. I can't, I'm not... You have a key. It has a number associated with it. The higher the number, the harder the run, the better the loot. You have a certain amount of time to get the run done. If you don't get the run done in the time, your key becomes a smaller number, which means not as good loot. It's... the key also belongs to an individual. Yeah, it's complicated. Oh, that wasn't a Mythic. I thought you said, what is a Mythic? Sorry, I misread the question. That wasn't Mythic. No. No, but... that was not a Mythic run. Sorry, I misread. That was not a Mythic run, but my point is, like, people have to play that way because no matter what you do, like, you're practicing for Mythic. So even though what we just did was not a Mythic run, everyone is going to run 5-mans the way that they would run a Mythic run. Because you're trying to build up, like, muscle memory and reflexes to do Mythic runs. So even when you're not doing a Mythic run, which we probably never will, people are going to play as if they are. That's why they're doing it. They just play that way because they're going to have to eventually, so they want to have the practice added. The tank is doing, like, huge pulls because he knows in Mythic he's going to be expected to do huge pulls. So, like, why would he do a leveling dungeon any differently than he would do a Mythic 25 key? He's going to do them both exactly the same and treat them the same way. That way, when he gets into the Mythic 25 key, he's used to going fast. He's used to pulling as much as he can, like, you know. That's all. We are not killing any of the guys that we actually need. None of the guys on the outside count. I seem to be the worst DPS ever, Paul. That's not really surprising because I don't play a lot of retail. But also, if you were actually looking at the meters, you'd see that I actually wasn't the worst DPS in that group. So, yeah. But if I were to be the worst DPS in any group, it wouldn't really surprise me. Seeing as how I've played this character for like 3 different days. Where does retail get hard? It gets hard when you're doing Mythic content. It gets hard when you're trying to do those 5-man Mythics. It gets hard in raids. Let me ask you this question. When the fuck has WoW ever been hard? When has leveling up a character in World of Warcraft ever been hard? Answer me honestly. And I don't mean like when has it taken a longer time to level up, because something taking longer is not a challenge. It's just time investment. Name me a time in the history of World of Warcraft when this tab target MMO has been hard. I'll point to hardcore, like hardcore is hard because you literally can't die. But at no point in the history of the game has leveling up a character been hard to do, as far as like defeating the enemies in the open world. And even like leveling up in 5-mans, leveling 5-mans were never hard to do. Heroic dungeons were sometimes hard to do, and then eventually Mythic kind of came in and replaced Heroic. But WoW has never been like a hard game to level up in at any point in its history. No, even in vanilla it was super easy. It's never ever been hard to level up a character in World of Warcraft. Ever. Ever. In fact, in vanilla, it was even simpler because your class had less abilities, your class had less buttons to push, and it was easier to learn a rotation, and it was easier to learn what buttons were useful and which ones were not. But it was never hard. You know what? You know when World of Warcraft was hard? Whenever you first started playing it. Whenever you first started playing World of Warcraft for the first time. The first days, the first weeks, the first years. That was when World of Warcraft was hard. Why was it hard? Because you were learning how to play. But once you learned how to play, if you ever did, not everybody does. Once you learn how to play, the game has never been hard. The game has always been easy. It's just required a different level of investment as far as like time to level up and stuff like that. You know what games are hard? Like fucking Elden Ring is hard. Beating bosses in Elden Ring is hard. It's skill based. You have to dodge stuff and know what's going on. Like there are lots of games that are hard, but World of Warcraft has never been one of them. It's one of the most accessible games that exists. That's why it's so popular. Like people confuse the amount of time it takes to level with the game being challenging. People confuse having more buttons to push and more flashy shit going on with the game not being challenging. Just because I have more flashy spells, just because I'm pushing more buttons per minute, doesn't mean that the game used to be hard, and it doesn't mean that the game is too easy now. It's just different. Because it was always easy. Let's see. Let's hide details. There we go. Like, go do some 5-mans in Classic Era. You'll steamroll those dungeons too. You'll have a tank that pulls a bunch of stuff, like it's a mythic retail dungeon. The tank will pull a bunch of shit, and the group will kill it all. It's all really easy because people know how to play now. Everybody knows how to play. Everybody's like better at the game than we used to be, so the game is easy. Patrick, thank you so much for the $10 super. I'm liking Cata Dungeons. It brings back memories. Absolutely, man. It really does, doesn't it? I agree. I got like a pop-up here. I think we have a breadcrumb. Yeah, we have a breadcrumb now. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you want a challenging game, go play Dance Dance Revolution. Shit gets hard. You gotta move your feet and hit the little arrows. That's a challenging game. World of Warcraft never been challenging. It has a learning curve, and once you learn, it's not like it's hard. There is hard content, but it's never been the level up experience. I think I want increased haste. Perfect. And honestly, like anyone who says like the combat in retail is easier, you're not paying attention. Because like, I don't know, like I die a lot more in retail than I ever do in classic. And so I think it's like a complete misnomer even to say like any part of the combat is easier. In fact, in retail, mobs level scale to you. So you can't outpower the mobs. In classic, most of the time, if you're smart, you're fighting green shit. And so the whole point of classic leveling is to get a little bit ahead of the enemies and to always be fighting stuff that is weaker than you. And in classic, you just kind of roll over stuff because that's how you're playing. Whereas in retail, you can't out-level stuff. Stuff is always going to be at your level. And so if you're not keeping your gear up, your character is going to start to feel weaker than the enemies because there's no way to out-level them. You can't get ahead. So quite to the contrary, like leveling up, depending on what expansion you go through and what time walking you do, leveling up in retail, even though it's shorter, can be harder to do because you are weaker than you would be in classic. Staying ahead of the leveling curve in classic and focusing on green quest. Can't do that in retail.
Need help? Farewell. Can I help you?
What we really need to aim for is living in a world where we stop making comparisons. Where we stop making derogatory comparisons that indicate that one version of the game is not as good as another version of the game. You just pick your flavor, be happy with your flavor. We don't need to make like completely incorrect statements that are off base about either version of the game. We can accept that that retail and classic are both completely different games. They're different games, and they can be fine. And we can just enjoy what we enjoy.
Watch your back. Off with you.
That's the place that WoW players need to get to. Where we don't feel like we need to make assumptive, incorrect, broad-ranging statements about our least favorite version of the game. It'd be nice to reach that. We got some cloth shoulders, which could be good. Yeah, I think that's good.
Safe travels.
And then we have a neck piece we can sell. We got a satchel. Satchel had pants in it. The pants are certainly a huge upgrade. And I think that's it. We could probably sell everything else.
Looking for something specific?
Alright. There we go. I'm going to drop the spring water.
See you around.
Alright, so we got stuff all over the place. Where are we going to go to next? We could just make like a circuit of some kind. That might work. If we start up here, we just kind of like loop around. Let's see how that goes. Let's go up here to the stone shards. Is this a private server? No. I think we talked about it earlier. This is the Storm Rage server, which is a US East PvE server that's Alliance heavy. I don't play on private servers, obviously, because private servers are illegal. And if I were doing that illegally on YouTube, somebody's lawyer would certainly find out about it. So no, this is the Storm Rage server, US East. Let's see. We are going after Moats of Misriel. We're looking for the funny-looking tree. I think it's this, yeah, this funny-looking tree right here. Pretty sure that's our way in. I mean, if we're talking technically, I mean, yeah, it is. It's just against the terms of service. You can do whatever you want. People play on private servers all the time. It doesn't really matter. Like, unfortunately, when something is not allowed, it's not allowed. You can quantify, like, any action with like, a reasoning. So, like, I'm not here to judge anybody. I don't give a shit who plays on private servers. I just know that I can't do it because I make YouTube content, so I never have. But I don't care what other people do. And also, you know, yeah, is it illegal? Yeah. A thing that is illegal, unfortunately, for better or worse, is illegal regardless of the circumstances. It's like stealing food. It's like, is it illegal to steal food? I'm hungry. Okay, well, I mean, it sucks that you're hungry. It is still illegal to steal food, though. Like, you know, it just is what it is. It is what it is, and people can do whatever they want. That was not the funny tree I was looking for. I guess let's over here. Let's head more this way. There's a way to get back into the cave. I'm just not seeing it. No, like you might get like a call from a lawyer. You know what? You as a human being, nothing happens to you. What happens to you is one day the private server you're playing on gets shut down. Now what happens to the people who are running the private servers? I don't know. Maybe they get a threatening call from a lawyer. No, we don't throw people into jail in the US for shit like that. we don't have space in our jails for shit like that. No, what happens is the person running the private server probably gets a really nasty email or communication from a Blizzard lawyer. Maybe they get fined, maybe they get threatened with a big fine, and then you, as a player on a private server, one day you go to log into your private server, or you've played for hundreds and hundreds of hours, and you find that it's shut down. That's more of the legal action that I'm talking about, man, obviously. They're obviously not going to cart you to America and throw you in jail. We don't have the money to pay for that. That costs as much as a college education over here. We don't have the money to be throwing people in jail all willy-nilly. I am failing at finding the way back to this place. Somewhere there's a magic tree, and you pass through the magic tree, and you come out on the other side of the magic tree, and then you're in a little ravine. And then you can find a cave entrance. I thought it looks kind of like this, but I don't think we can get back here. Yeah, this doesn't seem... Well, no, that's not it. That's not it. It's not over... Oh, wait. Here's another magic-looking tree. This is it. Okay, here it is. You shouldn't tell us about that. Blizzard could be monitoring this chat, so you probably shouldn't tell us about that stuff. We'll just pretend like... Here, we'll just pretend like it never happened. Yeah, we'll just pretend like we didn't see it. It was never here. Let's just do that. If someone tells you something might be illegal, you should not then go on to explain all the details about the illicit activity. To be fair, Blizzard are not watching this channel, but they could be, you know, they could be. You want to always maintain plausible deniability. And the way to maintain plausible deniability is by not putting it into permanent text somewhere that you did a thing. And then you can say, I don't recall. Have you played on a private server? I don't recall. But you have to have deniability. Yeah, the cat jumped on the keyboard and typed that one out. Yeah, right. That's not entirely plausible, but yeah. Somehow I'm gonna have to get up there. How am I? Maybe I'm going this way. I have a terrifying fear of flying over an ocean, so I'll probably never be able to avail myself of that offer. I can't fly over an ocean. I decided that a long time ago. I have a unyielding fear of the ocean. So unfortunately, I'm gonna be landlocked like in the Americas for the rest of my life because I have no desire to tempt fate and try to cross an ocean. Not in a plane, not in a train, not in a boat, not across a moat, or any other Dr. Seuss nonsense. I can't do it. I can fly domestically, like I don't got a problem with planes. I have a problem with oceans. Whenever you hear about a plane like disappearing, it's usually it's always over an ocean. It's never like a domestic flight that straight out like disappears and is never seen again. We keep track of our domestic flights pretty well, but we do not keep track of over the ocean flights. Sometimes they get lost. Take sleeping pills. That's not the point. The point is that I am avoiding an avenue of unnecessary early demise, and yeah. I would just rather not. Yeah, I just don't want to. I'm not like big for like recreational travel anyway. I'm not one of those people that likes to travel around and do that recreationally. I traveled a lot for work, and that was okay because it was for my work. But when I have like free time, I don't like to travel. I'm a homebody. I like to be at home. I like to be at home with my things and my games and my books and my television. And my bed and my pillows. Like when I can, I just like to be at home. So I'm not like a big recreational traveler anyway. You know, some people love to travel. It's one of their like passions. It's never really been a passion of mine. What's the furthest I've traveled? Just around the United States, Texas. I've been to a few states. Illinois, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Michigan. Like just places I went for work. Never anywhere like super exotic. Florida. Just typical places to go within the United States. Nowhere super exciting. Have I ever been out of the country? Yeah, I've been to Canada. Used to go to Canada a lot when I was 19. Because when I was 19, the drinking age in Canada was 19, and the drinking age in the United States was 21. So there was a 2-year period when I went to Canada quite a bit. But I live in Michigan, and we have a tunnel and a bridge that connect us right to Canada, so that's not really going very far. It was like a 45-minute drive for me at the time. But yes, I've been out of the country technically. Absolutely. Nope, I feel like other countries, like, they already have enough people. They don't need me. They already have enough people. There's enough people there. Harry, am I looking forward to Nightingale? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to play Nightingale, man. That's what sucks. I have Last Epoch coming out on Wednesday, and I know I'm gonna play Last Epoch. And Nightingale looks really, really cool. Everything about it looks pretty cool. I just don't know if I'm gonna be able to play it. I was thinking about trying it out. And then Pacific Drive comes out on Wednesday or Thursday, Friday. In the same week, we get two survival crafting games. One of them is in like a Fae universe, and one of them you drive a station wagon. And like I don't know of the two of those things, like surviving in a station wagon that I get to soup up and fix and do stuff to, or being in a Fae universe, I don't know which one is cooler. The deciding factor kind of is if I play either of them, I'm pretty sure Pacific Drive is done, like it's entering its 1.0, whereas Nightingale is going into early access, I think. I'm pretty sure that Pacific Drive is actually just releasing, and they're not going into early access. I think they're releasing a game. So that could be the deciding factor. Yeah, Pacific Drive is coming out to full release, right? That's kind of the deciding factor for me, is I'm kind of sick of like early access survival craft games. Like if I play a survival craft game right now, I want it to be a finished product. So I think that's what decides it. And I don't even know if I'll have time for that. It was supposed to leave early. Yeah, okay, so it's coming out to full release. Yeah, so I'll probably at least try out Pacific Drive on the channel to see if anybody likes it, to see if anybody wants to even watch me play it, and then we'll see where that goes. But yeah, I don't have time to play Nightingale, Pacific Drive, and Last Epoch. And I know I'm gonna play like a ton of Last Epoch. Like for sure, because that's a game that I already played it in the 0.9. I really loved it. I set it aside because I didn't want to see any more of it until it was finished. Did I like Enshrouded? I didn't. After a while, it seemed really lackluster to me, to be honest. It just seemed... It seemed like kind of like a Valheim clone with a weak class system. I didn't really get into it. I didn't really get into it. Yeah. It was a decent Valheim clone. But again, that's another thing, like it's a game that it went into early access. So, you know, in 2 or 3 or 5 or 7 years when the game is completely done, it's going to be a different game. And then I would probably judge it differently. But with it going into early access, like, yeah, it was kind of lackluster. But I think Pacific Drive has like enough of a twist. It's very unique in what it's doing, so it's not going to feel like a Valheim or like a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids one. It's going to feel like a unique thing. And the fact that it's coming out to full release and that it's not going into early access is big. It's big for me. My most anticipated game of the year so far? I don't know. There have been a few of them. Like Last Epoch has been one of the games I've been looking forward to the most. I'm also looking forward to Avowed, but you know, Avowed could be good, Avowed could turn out to be crap. It's like a coin toss. I wish there were MMOs to look forward to, but there are not, so we're relegated to looking forward to survival crafting games and RPGs. But yeah, Last Epoch has been on my radar for a long time. The Indiana Jones game? I know nothing about the Indiana Jones game. No, when it comes to like, if it's like a cinematic action game, like that's not really my jam to play. I love to watch somebody else play like a cinematic action game. I like to just watch those games like they're movies and just chill. Like I've never gotten into playing like cinematic action games. And I'm sure that's what Indiana Jones will be. Throne in Liberty? Is that some kind of like Korean MMO? It sounds vaguely familiar to me. That was the one that had like the bad combat issues, and that like you had to stop everything your character was doing to cast attacks, but then they fixed the combat and maybe now it's decent. No, I don't really. If Throne in Liberty is like a Korean MMO, no. The last Korean MMO I played was Aeon, and I wasted enough time with that one to learn my lesson. Yeah, they fixed it. Yeah, they fixed it. They did something to it. No, I'm not. I don't count that as like an MMO. I don't know. It's a Korean MMO, so it's probably gonna have pay to win, and then it's probably gonna fall. Like the server's probably gonna go offline a couple years after it comes out. Did I play SWTOR? Yeah, I played the crap out of SWTOR when it first came out. Yeah, my guild went to SWTOR for a while, and I was an Imperial Agent healer. That was really cool. And Hutball was the bomb. I love me some Hutball. But yeah, that was a game that we played. We played when it released. That was the last game that I looked forward to for a long time. SWTOR. I remember watching like the dev diaries and stuff when they would release them, and just really looking forward to the game. For years we looked forward to the game. And then the game came out, and it was pretty good. And we played through the campaign. We did the first raid as a guild, and then most of us went back to WoW. And these days, like I would probably check SWTOR out again, but I can't. I can't play SWTOR on the channel. I tried to do a playthrough of SWTOR like a couple years ago, like a recorded playthrough, and obviously like it's Lucasfilms and Disney that owns all the music now, so the music is highly copywritten, and you cannot have like any of the music playing on YouTube. So I couldn't do it. And the music is like so much of like the experience of the story, and the music always like matches the scene that's going on. And so like if I were to turn the music off and layer some non-copyright stuff underneath it, it wouldn't be any good. It would be weird and off-putting. So like yeah, unfortunately I can never play SWTOR on the channel. In Wrath you would, Lael. In Wrath you would. Maybe even in Sod you would. But definitely by Wrath you would. You'd probably pull bigger than this, depending on what class you were. I could very easily get killed here. It's much more likely I get killed here in retail than it is in Wrath of Lich King, doing a pull like this. And the difference is that these guys are all at my level, as opposed, like in Lich King I would come here and like I'd probably be a little bit over these guys. But since there's level scaling, you know, you never get higher level than them. Yeah, that's right. There's no permanent water elemental. As I hated the permanent water elemental though. It took a class that wasn't supposed to have a pet and it made it into a pet class. Oh my god. I didn't like the permanent water elemental because I hate pet classes. Even though like yeah the pet could make it a little bit easier, but I hate pets. All right, let's go turn this in before we do anything else out here. Oh, this is not a turn in. This is a breadcrumb. We might skip this one. We have to escort her around. She has to go around the entire little compound and do a bunch of stuff. I may just skip that one. It's kind of an annoying little escort quest. I think between Wrath and Retail, I feel like the kill rate in Wrath is probably higher than the kill rate in Retail. We just did Cataclysm time walking. Yeah, we did Cataclysm time walking. That way we can just level up in the old world zones. That's usually what I do. I either do Cataclysm and I level up in the old world, or I do Battle for Azeroth. Anytime I do anything else, it's never really enjoyable. I tried to do a Warlords of Draenor run. That wasn't really enjoyable. I've tried to do Legion. I didn't really enjoy doing that a second time around. So typically if I do a retail character, I do Old World or I do BFA. The BFA zones are just absolutely gorgeous, is what they have going for them. When do we get flying? Oh, we've had flying. At 30. Yeah, at level 30 you get to fly. So we've had flying for a little bit, but I haven't been doing it. I said I would only fly if we had to go like really far. Like if we wanted to fly from like one zone to another, I would fly basically. Other than that, I'm probably not gonna fly until Dragon Isles. I'm gonna keep my boots on the ground.
You got my attention. Watch your back. Safe travels.
Alright, so we're not going to do that one. Let's start up here in the north and we will circle around to the south. And we will see how that goes. I'm gonna put us in the queue, but this time I'm gonna do classic era. Yeah, I meant to be in the classic era the entire time, so we'll do that, and we'll see how that goes. Maybe the loot won't be as good. So if the loot's not as good, maybe we'll go back to the Cataclysm dungeons. The average wait time for DPS is only 4 minutes. That's crazy. Well, that was level 37. Let's see. What are we doing? We are going into the dungeon. Frost spells deal 5% more damage to targets that are rooted and frozen. That sounds good. Let's do that. There we go. Fuse, I'm glad you're digging the Pally series, man. Yeah, I think it's going to be a really fun time. I love the Pally in like basically every version of the game so far, so I don't think retail is going to be any different. I think it's going to be a blast. I'm really digging our character look. I'm enjoying everything about it. Boop! Oh, it's funny, we're in Stockades. Oh, Stockades. I'm kind of like traumatized of Stockades from recent SOD runs. Oh, this is cool. We got a full like standing army here. Alright. Oh, we're going in here. We're grabbing some quests.
Hey there. Have a good
Alright,
one.
you have quests. There's a quest over on the other side, it looks like.
Well met.
Okay.
For the Alliance.
Good, good, good. At least this version has loot. Yes, loot would be nice. I like loot. Oh, look at that. We're earning some tendies for transmog at the trading post just by playing the game. Well, that's really cool. I like earning stuff by playing in the game. It's rewarding and fun. We got some pants. Let's see. Yep, that's an upgrade. It's a little bit. We have a plus 16 speed. I've never seen anything with plus 16 speed. I have to assume that means movement speed. Otherwise, it would be haste. speed is for weapon speed. Oh, okay. Wow. I didn't realize that was even a stat. I can go... Yeah, I think we're going with the stick. 83 intellect. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And let's go turn these in.
Good day to you. Have a good one.
You need something? See you later.
And we also have an unspent talent. Daniel, yeah, we're still going. Yep. For a little bit longer anyway. Yep, I have been having a good time. This is probably not a very safe place to look at talents. Let's get the stone first, and then we'll retreat out a little bit, and then we'll take a look at the talents. We're leveling up fast? Yeah, I mean, sure. We're leveling up fast. I guess. What's our slash played, I wonder? Let's see. Slash played. We have played for... We're about 11 hours in. So yeah, our total slash played for level 38 is 11 hours. We'll see what our slash played is once the character hits cap. And then people can judge whether they think that that's like too short a period of time or whatever. Like... It's gonna be a while before we hit cap. Dragonflight levels come a little bit slower than levels elsewhere. We got a large knapsack. That's really cool. Let's go ahead and swap out one of our smaller bags. There we go. Alright, we're back over in the Mage Tree. What are we going to grab? A Ring of Frost. These are both abilities that I have to press the button. And they're both on those really annoying, like, short cooldowns. Summons a Ring of Frost. Enemies entering the ring are incapacitated. Okay. I guess. I really don't want any more buttons to push. I don't even have anywhere to put this. Yeah, like this. It's too many abilities. Too many pushable abilities. I don't have any better place on my hotbar for this. Is this the BFA around the Highlands? I am not sure what you mean. This is the Cataclysm remake of Arathi. I know some story stuff happened here in BFA. I don't know if maybe there was like a quest chain here. But it would have been... The zone itself would have probably been unchanged, I think. But I'm not sure. The only thing I think of about BFA in Arathi Highlands is when Sylvanas ordered the archers to fire and she ended up killing Kalia Menethil. It got reworked in BFA? Yeah, I know there was some like story stuff that happened. I don't know if they reworked the zone or not, did they? By rework, I mean I don't think they made significant changes to it. But I could be wrong. Besides that one story bit, I don't know. Stormguard got restored. Oh, nice, nice, nice. So it's just like a functioning little area. Okay. Well, that's really cool. So they fixed up Stormguard. Well, we're going in there for something, so I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe we're in just the Cataclysm phase of the zone, because it looks like we're about to go in there to do some killing. Trinity, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Nah, front door's still busted here. Yeah, it's probably phased for sure. Right. If we had done BFA time walking and we came here, then maybe we would see like a different version of it. I believe that. That was fun. I wasn't sure if that was going to work at all, but it worked. This guy still has to channel his Blizzard. We get to cast Blizzard, he has to channel it. So how's he looking? Well, that one didn't work. Well, shit. Ice block. Who needs defensive cooldowns when you can just die and do it again? Yeah, who cares? What am I gonna do after I ice block? Get killed? Yeah, I don't know if ice blocking would have necessarily saved me there. I had too many guys that I didn't catch enough of them in the initial Frost Nova. I should have waited like another second on the Frost Nova. And then I could have caught more of them in it. Too many of them were outside of my little net. I also have this freaking ability, Ring of Frost. I gotta use this once to see exactly what this does and like why I care about it. They're incapacitated. Does that mean they don't move? What does that mean in regards to World of Warcraft? Enemies entering the ring are incapacitated. I'm hoping it means they can't move, but it doesn't say that. So it doesn't really say anything useful. So that's a tough one. We're just gonna get our ass beat on again here. Let's take care of you. Okay. All right, let's experiment with this. Oh, we have to lay this down. Okay, you're in a Ring of Frost. That's cool. I guess they got frozen. They got frozen once. And then they got slowed afterwards. I don't remember the last time we put a Hearthstone down. We have a Hearthstone bound at the Stout Lager Inn. Okay. So yeah, we haven't bound it recently. Yeah, if I can freeze them, the thing is, like, if you play well and you play to the class mechanics, you can do a lot of damage pretty quickly. If you F up and, like, especially if you don't get them frozen or if you pull too many and you can't freeze them and you can't slow them, if you can't stop them from getting to you, then you're screwed. So there's still like this really big margin of like, yes, you can seem really powerful when you plan ahead a little bit and everything goes well. But if you just fumble into stuff like I often do, you're gonna get picked apart. Because since the enemies are at your level, there's not a lot of room for leeway. Once they start hitting you, you're gonna melt pretty quick. But yeah, if you time everything right and you play your class well, you can seem super powerful. If you play your class like an idiot, you will seem weak and you will be dead. So that's a nice balance. You feel rewarded for pushing your buttons well, and when you don't push your buttons well, like you feel that too.
Need help? Have a good one. Farewell. Be careful.
That's a nice upgrade.
Have a good one. See you around.
How are you? See you soon. Great to meet you.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Alright, back in the Frost Tree. Flash Freeze. Each of your icicles deals 10% additional damage, and when an icicle deals damage, you have a 5% chance to gain the Fingers of Frost. I think this is all gonna sound good, right? Blizzard has a 30% chance to increase the damage of your next Cone of Cold. Okay. That would be a good way to actually feel like I shouldn't be using Cone of Cold at all. Increased Frostbolt damage by 5%. Fingers of Frost Empowered Ice Lance deals 10% increased damage to frozen targets. These all sound really good. This is AoE, this is single target. Calls down a series of 7 icy comets on and around the target that deals up to 1500 frost damage to all enemies. Oh my god. Frozen Touch. Frostbolt grants you Fingers of Frost 25% more often. Let's grab this for now. These are all good. I want all of them. Can I have them all, please? If only I had this kind of golden classic. Yeah. Well, I mean, I have, like, listen, how inflation works. If you move the decimal over 3 spots, that's how much gold I actually have. As far as, like, what my money is worth in retail, move the decimal over 3 spots, I have 1 gold and 70 silver. That's how much gold I actually have. Maybe you move it over 2 spots. Maybe I have 17 gold. I feel like it's closer to 1 gold and 70 silver as far as like what my actual money value is worth, you know? Any plans to go back to older MMOs? Give me some examples. What are we talking about? So that's like kind of impossible to answer without specific examples. Like older as in stuff that I've played before, like Guild Wars 2, or older as in like RuneScape. I don't know. Guild Wars 2 and RuneScape, the 2 I named, yeah. No, I've never played RuneScape, so I don't foresee myself playing RuneScape like anytime soon. I feel like RuneScape like is something that like you are either a RuneScape fan and you've been a RuneScape fan, so you like old school RuneScape, or you were never a RuneScape player and you probably wouldn't be able to get into it. I've seen what the game looks like and plays like, and my instinct tells me that it's not a game I would get into. Guild Wars 2, maybe someday. Sometimes, you know, sometimes I install Guild Wars 2 and I log into it, and then I stand there for a bit, and then I log out. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility, but no plans anytime in the future. My future right now is pretty well determined for the next little bit. I have this series that I'm going to be working on for like the next little while, so... Mainly we're going to be working on the Dragonflight Pally, and we're going to be working on Last Epoch. We're going to play a lot of Last Epoch. And those are going to be the recorded series that I have going that are going to keep going. I might play Pacific Drive, which is not an MMO at all. But I might play Pacific Drive. Depending on if I feel like I have time. Final Fantasy 14. Nah, not on. I don't plan to ever play it on the channel, really. I don't know, cause like the thing about FF14 is like, FF14 is all about the story. You know what I mean? And FF14 makes it really easy to play through their story, and I don't think there's a big audience that just wants to see me like play through the Final Fantasy MSQ. I've played FF through Shadowbringers, so I have played it. I didn't play Endwalker, but I just like, for what I do, I don't think there's a big interest in people watching me play Final Fantasy 14. At least there never was in the past, and I think the reason is that it's a narrative-driven RPG. And narrative-driven RPGs, like, people tend to just want to play those themselves to see the story. You know, because it's the same game for everybody. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is the same game for everybody. Everybody does the MSQ. And the MSQ is the same for everybody. You know, WoW is a little bit different in the sense that when you level a character through WoW, you can go to a million different places. And, like, everybody's leveling journey in WoW can be completely different. I can level 24 characters, and I don't have to take any of them through any of the same content except the newest content. But with FF14, leveling a character means doing the entire MSQ, like everybody has to do. And I think that's why it doesn't make interesting content for people to watch, like a video or a stream, because if they're interested in that story, they've done it themselves, or they've already watched other people play it at this point, you know? MSQ stands for Main Story Quest. Main Story Questing. And the MSQ, like, Final Fantasy has one of the best main stories of maybe any JRPG to ever exist. It's an amazing story with great characters who develop realistically over time. Parts of it are heartbreaking. You will cry during multiple parts of the Final Fantasy XIV MSQ. If you have a soul or a heart, there are things that will make you cry. That's how good the story and the characters are. But the thing is, like, everybody, you have to play through the MSQ to level up. Like, that's all you do to level up in FF14. You don't do side stuff.
Be careful.
You play through the MSQ, you do the dungeons that are part of the MSQ, and you level your character that way. And everybody does it the same way. That's the only way to do it. So there's not a lot of, like, replayability or, like, rewatchability. Back when A Realm Reborn first came out, it was more like an MMO. Like, it had an MSQ, but the MSQ was not enough to level you up. You would have to do side stuff and side content between MSQ to get yourself to the point where you could take the next main story quest. And that made it feel like an MMO. You know, you were doing, like, your guild levies, you were doing your hunt log, you were doing extra dungeons, you were doing side quests, and then you'd get to a point where you take your next MSQ quest. Oh god, this is Fosric. Fosric is so tiny. I'm sorry, Fosric, I didn't recognize you. Now they've made it so that you only have to do the MSQ. Because the MSQ got so big, because there's 300 hours of it to do, they streamlined it so that you don't have to do side content or anything to level up. You just do the MSQ. The game was more interesting when it felt like an MMO. But I can see why they would have to streamline leveling when you have a 300-hour story that people have to get through. You wanted to like Final Fantasy XIV, but the story was too long for you. I think that a lot of people feel that way, especially at this point. Yeah, like the idea of having to play through 300 hours to get into the current content is very daunting to some people. And they had originally kind of promised that the next FF14 expansion was going to be a reset, but I don't think it is a reset at all. Maybe that was like a translation issue. Because a reset to me means that people can jump into the game and they don't have to do the prior MSQ, and they don't have to know about what happened in the prior MSQ, and they can feel like they can kind of start fresh with the new expansion. But I don't think that's what FF's next expansion is going to be like at all. It seems like just another direct continuation off of the prior expansion. Like, the story arc is going to be different because a lot of things got concluded with Endwalker, obviously. But the narrative threads like are still the same, and I think you still have to play through the MSQ to engage in the new stuff. So you still got to play through the entire 300 hours all the way through Endwalker, I think, to get into the story for the new expansion when it comes out. And like, that's not going to let people get into the game. They need to make it so that someone can pick up the game, start the newest content, and not feel like they've missed out on 300 hours of story. And to do that, you got to have all new supporting cast. You got to have a new story arc. Maybe you're on another continent entirely dealing with other stuff. I don't know. I don't know how to do it, but that game really needs a reset, kind of like just a way for new players to get into it without having to do 300 hours of story or really feeling like they missed a bunch. Otherwise, they're never going to grow their audience and the game's going to get stale and it's going to fail eventually. They got to find a way to grow their audience. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I won't say that there's no way I'll play it on the channel, but again, I haven't played through Endwalker. I know some of the... unfortunately, I do know some of the key story stuff that happened in Endwalker. Like, I've had some spoilers, so I know the gist of like what happens in Endwalker. But I never played through it myself. The thing that happened to me was like I lost my main Final Fantasy account. And I could never get into it or log into it, and then I tried so many ways to get into it that it's like basically an account that nobody will ever access ever again. And that was the account where I had my my highest level character who had progressed the most. And so I tried to start up again like on a new account, and I got like halfway through the second expansion, and I just didn't want to play it all again. But yeah, my Shadowbringers account I lost. Like I don't have it anymore. So that's daunting as well. Yeah, after like the second expansion, most of the cutscenes are voiced. Like, yeah, like you can basically skip through a lot of the dialogue, even in A Realm Reborn, and you can still get the gist of what's going on. Yeah, it's a lot of reading. That's also the thing that doesn't appeal to most people. Is the early expansions. There's a lot of reading to do if you really want to absorb everything. Later on, they start to voice act like pretty much everything gets voice acted. That's like important. But early on, that really wasn't the case. The Final Fantasy franchise is almost 40 years old, yeah. Yep, that's true. Yeah, I mean, the Final Fantasy series got me into RPGs. Like, just in general, overall, like, Final Fantasy got me into RPGs.
Farewell.
The saddest thing in my life is that I have not been able to play the Final Fantasy VII Remake for myself. Like, at all. Because I didn't own a PS5 when it came out, and I know it's on PC now, but... yeah, I still haven't played the first Final Fantasy VII Remake. Which is a real shame. What am I looking for here? The sealed folder, what is this about? This must be, like, the messenger quest, right? And the messenger can be basically anywhere. Oh, here, oh, they can be right here though. They can be anywhere, but they can also be right in front of us. That's fine too. Daniel, what zone am I going to first with the Pally? With the Pally, I'm trying to focus on fighting undead and fighting demons. So I think I'm going to Duskwood first. I did some Duskwood today. After Duskwood, I think I might want to do like the Plaguelands. I kind of like the idea of a paladin fighting undead and fighting demons. So I can't really think of any zones that have demons besides in the Eastern Kingdoms, like the Blasted Lands, I think has some demons. Ashenvale has demons in the eastern part of it. But I kind of want to stick to the Eastern Kingdoms. So maybe we'll do Plaguelands, maybe we'll do Blasted Lands.
Hello. Have a good one. Safe travels.
I don't think I want to do her quest. Let's head down here and do Breaking the Keystone first before we head back to town. Okay, I did not expect a big guy to spawn. I did not expect that at all.
Aye. Watch your back. Safe travels. See you soon. Off with you.
And that is level 40. Talents, we are back in the Mage tree. Frost Nova can withstand 80% more damage without breaking. That just seems like really all around really good. Let's grab that one, absolutely. Alright, guys, I think I'm going to leave it right there for today. I've had an amazing time. Thank you guys very much for hanging out today and playing some retail with me. I really do appreciate it. I think we're going to be right back here tomorrow. So yeah, I would love to see you guys then. As always, take care of yourselves out there in the real world and take care of each other. And we will see you back here again very soon. Bye for now.